Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
And a very happy Saturday to everyone. Saturday, July 23rd, 2022. It's Walt, it's DFW Airport, and we are here to bring you all the action from the world's second busiest airport. Shall we get to it? Look, there's a Sun Country plane. Let's go. Okay. Here it goes. Here we go. Just before sunrise here at DFW Airport. Greetings to you all. I haven't been able to glance over and see where this is going. So hang on there. I'm going to say Cancun, but I could be wrong. Still fairly dark here, so our picture is just a little bit fuzzy. We don't have one of those fancy night cameras, so just have to make do with what we've got, but the sun will be rising within the next 10 or 15 minutes. There is our mobile unit, which is powering our signal. Oh, and what you just saw, yeah, it was going to Cancun at 7:37, so I was right about that. We have lighting up our, well, first of all, let's set the scene here. We are at DFW Founders Plaza, which is on the northwest side of DFW International Airport, a huge, massive complex which welcomes travelers from around the world. And we welcome you to our little shindig here this morning. We'll see how far we go before it gets really, really hot. Hi, Van Trong. We say hello to you. Good morning. Or, well, Darshan Mishakar. I am from India. Happy to help you with us. Nobody is back with us. Somil Bandari says hello, Walt. I say hello back to you, and I also say hello to Bill Caldham in Arkansas here in the US of A. Nobody is wondering, will airplanes ever be electric? Well, they're testing them right now. They've got some prototypes now that are going. It's hard to imagine, at least with the technology that we know it now, intercontinental flights being electric because of the power that would be consumed. But if they can figure out a way to charge planes up quickly, then I would guess that they could be used on at least regional flights, if not transcontinental flights. We'll have to see, but maybe within our lifetimes we will see electric planes. How far away is the Delta 191 Memorial? Marco Hinton wants to know. I think the one you're referring to is about a mile north of here. I'll have to get a picture of it because I go by it occasionally. Of course, Delta 191 was my recollection was an L-1011, a Lockheed L-1011, which crashed here in around about 1985, I want to say. And there were some survivors, but many people died in that crash. And it was attributed to wind shear, I think was the final determination. As the plane was coming in here on the north side, it was on the other side of the airport from where we are. But it was a pretty terrible day, and I'm in the TV news business, and I was involved in the coverage of that event, and it was just a big shock. So we sincerely hope we'll never see anything like that here again at DFW Airport. Luke Molds is here from New Zealand. Where it's 11:20 p.m. on a Saturday night, and Luke always keeps us updated on his rugby team's successes, and so we hope that things have been going well for you, Luke. And we're talking a lot here because there's no airplanes doing anything right now, so we'll get back to the airplanes as soon as they happen, as soon as they come in. We've got Private Person morning from Missouri. Hello, Private Person. You're a little more public now, but Raina Taylor, our equestrian champion, is here with us. Hello, Walt, and good morning to everyone. Amber Adams, good morning from the DFW area. Keith is joining us from the great city of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania in the U.S. And Mary Robinson chimes in with our alternative powered airplane discussion, and she's saying hydrogen powered planes are further along than electric. And of course there are now planes which are already flying which are using what they call sustainable fuel, which frankly I'm not exactly sure what that involves. Probably some well, I don't know, I don't want to speculate, but they are using there's a lot of thought going into powering aircraft with something other than jet fuel, something that's more sustainable and more friendly to our environment. So we've got some more people checking in. We've got Simon Savage. Good morning from Brighton in the UK. And I hope it's cooled off a little bit there. I know that it was terribly, terribly hot there this past week in a country where most people don't have air conditioning. We have John Franco joining us from Killeen in Central Texas. Hello, John. Marco Hinton wants to know, will Qantas bring back their A380s to DFW? That's a good question. I haven't seen any speculation about that, so I don't honestly know. Right now they're flying. They have returned to flying a couple of months ago from Sydney to here using Dreamliner aircraft. Nobody's saying lately flight tickets have been very expensive. Well, that has something to do with the demand for travel. I mean, people have been kind of locked down for a while and they want to go places, and so the airlines are struggling now because they don't have enough flight crews to operate some of the flights. They're actually cutting back on the originally scheduled summer timetables, simply because they can't staff them, and so when demand exceeds supply, that means prices are going to go up. DFW AvGeek 521 says, I tried to go catch Qantas, but they landed at 17C due to weather reroute. And 17C, that's on the other side of the airport here. We're on the west side, and the 17 center, 17 right, and 17 left are three parallel runways over on the east side. We have in front of us runways 18 left and 18 right. And we get a weather update from John Walton, Next Generation Music. It is horrible now in England, and we are sorry to hear that. So we'll get back to your messages momentarily. I think we've got an aircraft to look at here finally. And I'll give you a hint, it's powder blue. That is Korean Air Flight 277, a cargo flight. It's a 777, and it is on its way to Guadalajara in Mexico. So we can keep an eye on that as we do a little more chatting. Talking more about the conditions in England. In the UK, start of the week was so hot, said Simon Sebage. There were fires and buckled train tracks. Yeah, I saw the pictures. Much cooler now. Well, that's good. We have Uncle Pat with his L1011 TriStar badge. Good morning from Tyler in Texas, which is in East Texas. Raina says, Walt, I was going to visit you today here at DFW Founders Plaza, but my aunt didn't want to get up early and head to the airport. Hopefully I'll visit you soon. Well, we'll catch up someday, Raina. I'm here quite regularly. And we say hello to Runway, Collin County. One of our regular viewers. Hello, Runway, Collin County. And Jess George checking in from Euless, Texas, not too far away. Let me get back to my tripod here so we can follow along with this big cargo jet. It's about to make a wow, my focus has just gone all out. Come back, focus. Well, that's not good. I do have a backup camera if this persists, but this is not normal behavior. I'm going to turn off that camera momentarily. So look at our satellite truck while we engage in some see if this will, I think this fixed it. Fingers crossed. There we go. When in doubt, reboot. That's what I say. So as I said, this is off to Guadalajara in Mexico. It's a 5-year-old 777. And I have my YouTube monitor back. I've been using an old, relatively speaking, in terms of technology, a Google Pixel 3 XL phone for my YouTube monitor here on top of my camera. But it was about 2 weeks ago I noticed that it looked a little funny when I dismounted it from the camera, and the back of it was becoming unglued. And I was familiar with that because I'd had the same phone have the same exact problem, and that was caused, the battery was expanding, and the there wasn't enough room for the expansion, and it would push the cover off and making it a little unsafe to use. The first time that happened, I said, hey, this has happened. The phone's out of warranty, but I just thought you should know about this. And they said, okay, well, send us a picture. Okay, send us the phone back, and we'll send you a new phone. We'll send you a new phone. I thought it was going to be a repaired phone, but it was a brand new phone. I said, thank you. And so a year and a half later, the same exact thing happens to the replacement phone. And I do the same thing. I write to Google and I say, hey, you know, this has happened. I don't expect the phone. This phone is not even supported anymore in software support. And they said, send us a picture, and they gave me an RMA, and I sent it back to them, and I've received a new phone in the mail. So hats off to Google for standing behind their product. I've got a brand new, 4-year-old phone? But it's a great phone. It's got a great screen, got a great camera. Doesn't have 5G, but aside from that, pretty good phone. So I am using it to help bring you this coverage of Runway DFW. So there it goes, taking off, using up a lot of the runway, as you would expect a cargo jet to do sometimes. As you can see, it's still a little dark here. And that was American Airlines Flight 817 coming in from Anchorage. It's an A321. Anchorage in Alaska, of course. We say hello here on Good Morning on Runway DFW to Carl Shield 1 from Dublin. Top of the morning to you. Well, I guess it's really more like middle of the day there, as it approaches what's it, 11:30 there in the morning, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Adjusting camera 2 now so that we can give you a little more variety in shots. Oh, and Carl's correcting me, it's 12:30, so sorry about that. Marco Hinton wants to know, does the Antonov 124 come to DFW? And for those of you who don't know what that is a Ukrainian-built cargo plane which was actually designed during the Soviet era, when Ukraine was a part of the Soviet Union. And it's a very interesting aircraft. And we do have some pictures. It does come here occasionally. We do have some pictures from a few months ago when it paid us a visit. And if you'll go back in our archives on Runway DFW, you'll be able to see what we were able to show you. And we're always on the lookout for it. We don't know, when we're going to see it again, but it's a pretty cool looking plane. Lots of wheels. Our good friend Charlene Dawkins as asking you, imploring you in fact, to like our little broadcast here. And but you know what we say, we don't say like and subscribe like all those other channels. We really don't. We say please subscribe and like, trademark, because we're different from the others in that very important way. So subscribe and like to our channel, and if you really like what you see, then go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw and deliver unto us a token of your financial appreciation for our product, and we would be very appreciative of that. And there is what we come for in the morning, is the sun as it peeks up from, that's not a mountain range there, folks, that's just some clouds. And so it's kind of nice. It's a little quiet right now at the airport in terms of aircraft activity, so we get to watch the sunrise. Good morning to you, M.R. Rice. Thank you for liking our truck. Uncle Car Guy up in Indianapolis, Indiana says a couple of days ago, I think it was Wednesday, a DC-10 from DFW was sitting at the Indianapolis airport for like 10 hours. So if it was a DC-10, I'm guessing it was FedEx. Yeah. Marco Hinton wants to know, did the gigantic 225, and he's talking about the Antonov 225, ever come to DFW as well? I don't honestly know. That's the one, there was only one example of that aircraft as far as I know, and that was destroyed, or at least very heavily damaged in the Ukrainian conflict with Russia. But there are a number of the 124s, the Antonov 124s, there are a number of those, like I think last I checked were like 50 some. So they're floating around there somewhere. So anybody see any hot air balloons in the picture here? I'm scanning for them. We were here, I think it was 2 weeks ago, when I was just fixed on a shot of the sunrise, and some hot air balloons just were gliding through the picture very gracefully. And so I clipped that out and made that a separate something to watch on Runway DFW if you're ever busy or not busy and need something to look at. It was interesting. Uncle Car Guy says, honestly, the hot air balloons and the sunrise should be the channel background because it was so beautiful. Yeah, I just wish I was a little closer, and they were a little more prominent, but still it was kind of cool to see. Nobody's saying. I've heard on the news one of the Soviet Union aircraft crashed. Yeah, I think it was another. It was an AN-124, an Antonov 124, which did crash in. I don't think it was in Ukraine, and I can't remember who the owner of that aircraft was, but yeah, it did go down, and I think there was some loss of life.
American 2782.
It's quiet here. So quiet. Well, I'm looking at the runway at the runways over on this side, and I see the parade of operations vehicles marching down the runway. So they're doing their morning check. Well, it's a nice serene day to be a nice serene way to begin our broadcast. And yes, I know, second busiest airport in the world. Yeah. Well, we'll get to that. The planes will come. There are a couple of aircraft now on approach. We've got an American Eagle flight coming in from Killeen in Texas, which is just a half-hour hop. And then we've got American Airlines Flight 525 coming in from Cleveland, Ohio. What do you know about that? I don't think I've seen a Cleveland flight come in on this side. It looks like it's coming in over here on this side of the airport. There we caught just a glimpse of one of the operations pickup trucks going by. I think you'll see one there. There it goes. They're doing their inspection. And there's the hazy sunrise over North Texas. Carl Schills once said, I've heard Aer Lingus will be flying to Dallas soon. I think I heard something about that. I don't have the details in front of me, but yeah, that'll be exciting. Always nice when a new airline comes in. And where was this? Donald Connor saying, good morning, DFW. Beautiful sunrise. Thank you. We'll get back to some action here. Looks like we've got a plane coming in on. We see this occasionally in the mornings. This plane, it looks like it's coming in on runway 18 left, whereas the planes generally come in on 18 right. So this would be the flight from Killeen, again, which is in Texas.
Wow.
Just about a 30-minute flight. That Embraer 175. There you see in the background the Terminal D, the international terminal. Got one of these small cargo planes, which is headed out. really do bolt across the runways when they get the opportunity. Gotta get out of the way of all those big planes. I don't have a destination for this one, but typically they are headed to regional, other regional destinations in Texas or an adjoining state. Here comes the Cleveland flight. Cleveland, or the Cleveland area, being the childhood home of Mrs. Runway DFW. Our next arrival over here on the west side of DFW Airport is going to be American Eagle Flight 5745 coming in from Louisville, using the equipment of a Mitsubishi CRJ 900ER. And it'll be flying, I'm going to say, pretty much into that shot here. Will it intercept the sun? I don't know. It's going to come close. And there you see way over in the background there is one of the flights coming in on the east side of DFW Airport. That looks like one that was inbound from Fort Smith, Arkansas, an American Eagle flight. And runway Collin County commenting on the beautiful sunrise from the Dallas-Denton area. And I want to give a big thank you to Jesus Molina. Good morning from Tucson. Beautiful sunrise. Yeah, I'm gonna bet that you get some pretty beautiful sunrises there in Tucson as well. And plus you get some like terrain in the way as well. But thank you, Jesus. That's a very generous contribution to our efforts here to bring you live airport action from Dallas-Fort Worth International. Thank you again, Jesus. Our first super chat of the day, and we are on our way to 5,000 subscribers here at Runway DFW. That's our next goal. So I hope you can help us reach that. There goes another aircraft on its way over to the east side, another American Eagle flight, I suspect, from the shape of that one. And if you haven't watched our streams before, we're about to not see it anymore because I'm going to duck behind those buildings there. Yeah, that's what happens. And we've got a a number of new subscribers this morning. Thank you all for that. Much appreciated. When you subscribe to our channel at YouTube, and there is no expense or obligation associated with that. It just lets YouTube know, hey, we like what we're seeing over there. So as we say here exclusively at Runway DFW, please subscribe and like, and we will be appreciative. But yeah, when you do those things that point, the YouTube points other people who like those things in our direction, and that helps us grow. And it's not really no expense to you other than a couple of clicks. So thank you. Lestari Cortez wants to know, this is live from Texas? Yes, it is. You'll see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen a little icon that says live at DFW, and DFW refers to Dallas-Fort Worth, and we are at the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. So yes, we are totally live. Unless you're watching this on a replay, but you can't be watching us on a replay because I wouldn't be able to post your comment live there. So that proves that we are live. Back in the day, I'd be able to hold up a newspaper to you and say, "Look, this is happening right now. This is the day." But I don't know. I haven't seen a newspaper recently. That's another flight coming in on the east side of the big airport. And it's gone. That was American Airlines flight 2605 coming in from Raleigh-Durham in North Carolina. Well, we've got another plane coming in on this side. It's going to be an American Eagle flight 3571 coming in from Wichita Falls, Texas. They hardly had time to get their seatbelt on. They left 21 minutes ago. That's got to be one of the shortest flights coming into or out of DFW Airport. It's an Embraer 145. Did I see that right? Yes. When I got here this morning and I was setting up, I tried to set up on the grass, which gives us a little better, we're out a little further from the, from everything. And, when I was driving in, I felt I saw sprinklers going. I thought, oh no, that could be bad, because there are sprinkler heads in this area. And so I started setting up, and everything feels a little squishy under my feet. And so, yeah, this place has been watered recently. I'm sure it will dry up pretty quickly. This is Alaska Airlines Flight 287 on its way to Seattle, a Boeing 737-900. For you this morning, directly from us at Runway DFW. Got an American Eagle flight coming in from Amarillo, Texas. It'll be an Embraer 175, and we'll try to swing over and catch that landing for you. So things are starting to pick up here. Going to check some news for you in a minute, but right now we've got American Flight 2272 on final approach from Oklahoma City. We've got a couple people hanging out here. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars parked in the lot. You can't see them all there. There's some people sitting on a bench enjoying the sunrise. So let's get to that news, shall we? It's a Runway DFW news break. This is from the Dallas Morning News. I saw this last night. It's an article by Kyle Arnold, who is saying that Southwest Airlines could expand to DFW Airport in 2025 because restrictions on it at Love Field in Dallas will be expiring. And so that could really be a game changer here at DFW Airport. If Southwest Airlines decides to make a move here, this airport is of course dominated by American Airlines, which controls about 85% of the traffic, the passenger traffic here between it and American Eagle. And so if Southwest came in here in a big way, that would be kind of crazy. It would really, it would shake things up a lot. Southwest dominates Love Field even more than American dominates DFW. Southwest has about 95% of the passenger traffic at Love Field in Dallas. I think Alaska and Delta are the only other airlines that fly there. And one reason is that there aren't very many gates. There's only 20 gates in total at Dallas Love Field, and I think that Delta controls all except one of them. So that'll be interesting to see. Now where would Southwest get gates here at DFW? I don't know. There's I think in the article, the Dallas Morning News article, it's mentioned that DFW does have plans to build Terminal F, its 6th terminal, but those plans were kind of slowed down by the pandemic. But if that gets in gear, there could be some gates opening here. Of course, American Airlines would have something to say about that because they have a lot of say-so when it comes to things at Dallas-Fort Worth, but it'll just be interesting to see. Be good for passengers, I think, to have a major competitor here at DFW. Did I even tell you what that was that we just saw? That was American Flight 2862 coming in from Wichita, Kansas. It was an A319. Who owns DFW, Kenji asks. It is an organization which is owned by Dallas and Fort Worth, the cities of Dallas and Fort Worth. Although it's operated independently from them, I believe. I was reading something yesterday. There's only one privately owned airport or privately managed airport in the U.S. or in the U.S. and its territories, and that's in San Juan, Puerto Rico. And that American Eagle flight operated by Mesa Airlines took off about just over an hour ago from Corpus Christi on the Texas Gulf Coast. That was a CRJ 900 ER. I don't know why I said that like Johnny Carson. Brian Garcia is saying, to those who asked about El Al Israel Airways, I don't think they have a nonstop route into and from DFW. And I believe that is, well, I know that's true, at least not right now. I think there was talk of American initiating an Israeli flight from Dallas-Fort Worth to Tel Aviv, and I don't know what the status of that was. I think it was delayed. I mean, I may be thinking about another origin city, but I know it was American Airlines, and I know it was a flight to Tel Aviv, and I thought it was from DFW, but there isn't one currently, as far as I know. Uncle Car Guy coming at us from Indianapolis, saying, I think you'll get a close 777 by you from, or flyby from you from Honolulu, Hawaiian Airlines Flight 115? Huh. I'll have to keep an eye on the radar for that. I'm filtered for DFW Airport on my radar. I try to filter out the flights that are not coming into here or going out from here so that I don't get confused. 'Cause there's a lot of flights on the radar. Well, let's see what we got here. And that, my friends, was American Eagle Flight 3262, operated by SkyWest Airlines, coming in from San Angelo in Texas, which, after a 45-minute flight, we have American Airlines Flight 306 coming in from Seattle right now. You see it there. We haven't peeked over at the UPS cargo hub yet this morning. There you see in front of us a classic MD-11 in the front there. Looks like it's a 757 behind it. Maybe, can't tell if that's an A300 behind that, and then another 757. And then over to the right, which is out of the picture, there's another MD-11 Trijet, which is being loaded up, or I think it's being loaded up. We did have one MD come in as we were setting up this morning in the dark.
Clear to land, runway 17 left, American 1940.
Nobody wants to know why UPS has old fleet. Well, you know, when you're a cargo airline, as long as the planes work, you don't really have to worry about them being, you know, brand new and shiny and stuff. You just want them to carry packages. So they maintain those old planes pretty well. And You know, it's all a matter of economics. If you can, obviously the older planes are going to cost more to operate than a new plane, of course, but if you've already paid for it, if it's, you know, it's not something you're paying for every, you know, if it's free and clear, then that's got to factor into your decision making. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm just guessing on all that, but I think that's probably a consideration. Yes. We have a new feature for you here on Runway DFW. It's called Jingles. Want to hear the first one?
This is Runway DFW.
In the morning.
American Eagle Flight 3184 from Del Rio, Texas. After 54 minutes in the air, it touches down here at Dallas Fort Worth. Good morning to you if you're just joining us. If you're new, Juan Elias Herrera saying hi people from the Dominican Republica. Good morning to you, Juan. When I started following that arrival, I was looking at my computer screen, which is a split second behind real time. So I was trying to follow the plane using my computer screen, which I should never do. So what you looked at there was American Airlines Flight 2342 coming in from San Antonio, which is another big city here in Texas. There goes a Sun Country jet, which a lot of people note looks a lot like the livery of, at a glance, it looks like the livery of Southwest Airlines. And that is headed over the bridge to take off to Cancun. We already saw one leaving for Cancun today, didn't we? There's a couple of American Airlines aircraft. I think both of them are coming over from the east, or from the hangar area. We're panning over to another plane, which looks like it's, I don't know if it's come out of the hangar or if it's going to the hangar. I'm going to deviate here to show you another American Airlines plane coming in from, I didn't get a chance to see. It's a baby bus, an A319. And that arrived from McAllen in Texas, in South Texas, and a little over an hour flight. Hey, we've got something going to take off here in front of us. What do you know about that? This is going to be American Flight 1794 on its way to the left coast, Los Angeles, California. The 737-800 making the turn at the top of runway 17 left. And Los Angeles continues to be the #1 route between from Dallas Fort Worth Airport. That American Eagle flight that just passed in front of us was coming in from Harlingen in Texas, also in the southern part of the state. We say hello to Henry Lau, who just subscribed to Runway DFW, as we inch ever closer to our 5,000th subscriber here on the channel. I think we're looking at a Cessna 208B Super Cargo Master. So far, I think this is the oldest plane we've seen today. This dates back to 1988. Don't have a clue as to where it's going, aside from scooting across the runways. Take a look at something a little larger, coming in from Monterrey in Mexico. An American Airlines A319. Like a pretty buttery landing, yeah. Well, this is unusual. Let's See a lot of FedEx aircraft on this side of the airport. I don't even know where this came from. FedEx has its facility analogous to what UPS has over here on the east side of the airport. So I don't know if it was, maybe it was over at the American Airlines hangar for some maintenance. I don't know. Not seeing it on my screen, my radar screen. So it could just be on a jaunt back to the FedEx headquarters here at DFW, which would involve a trip across the bridge. A bridge over the Central Highway, which connects people to the terminals here. So we are a little UPS centric over here on the west side, but there's a look at their competitor, FedEx. Breezy is letting me know it came in from the side runway. We have a, I think it's 13 right, which is over here on the east, on the west side, I'm sorry. And so yeah, that's where it, that makes sense, came in over there. I just didn't see where it came from. This flight's coming in from Austin, Texas. It's American Airlines. It's a 737-800, I think. When Uncle Car Guy let us know that the FedEx flight was from Lubbock, which again is in Texas. We say hello to Patrick Diddert. Hello from Perry, Iowa. Good morning to you, Patrick. Good to have you with us on Runway DFW for this Saturday morning, at least it's Saturday morning where we are. And yes, Uncle Cargo, I'm sorry I didn't see your earlier message. Justin J-Dog, Northern Michigan in the house. Good morning to you. I think we've got a heavy aircraft coming in right now. We've got a 777 coming in from Buenos Aires in Argentina. And that ends a just slightly over 10-hour flight from the southern hemisphere. Utilizing a 20th century aircraft. That one built in 1999. Juan Elias Herrera wants to know, is this the main airport in Texas? Well, it's the busiest airport in Texas. In fact, it's the second busiest airport in the world according to recent statistics. Atlanta is the busiest airport in the world. And those numbers change all the time, but we welcome Zaid Aziz. Good morning. I am new from Trinidad. Welcome to you, Zaid. We're happy to have you with us as we see a Spirit Airlines plane coming our way. And Uncle Car Guy is letting us know that we've got a Korean Air flight from Seoul just 4 minutes away. We'll be on the lookout for that. We've got Boomer Richard. Hi, greetings from Belgium. Hello to you, Boomer. Nice to have you with us. And going on all the way to the other side of the world, we've got Archie Middleton. Greetings from Sydney, Australia. Wow, so many people from all around the world. We are happy to have you with us.
We're number one!
Well, I don't know about that, but you're number one. You're number one to me. I haven't yet given you a weather forecast, have I? Well, it's 80 degrees here on our thermometer here at DFW Airport. It was, I think, 78 when we got here, so it's going up. Let me see what the weather is for today. One moment, please. Well, it's going to be 101 today. Again, tomorrow 103, the next day 103, 103, 103, 102. It'll be next Friday before we get down below 100, when it will be 98. So we're in for another steamy week here in North Texas as we await for Korean Airlines flight, what is it? Flight 31 from Seoul. We'll get a nice long look at this Dreamliner as it makes its way here. Just getting the camera set up here. Sim Guru, I think, is our latest subscriber. And here comes the Korean Air bird. We already saw a Korean Air cargo plane going out earlier this morning. This one has passengers on it. Where did it go? There it is. So just under a 12-hour flight from the South Korean capital on that fairly new aircraft, just 3 years old, dating back to September of 2018. And we've got runway Collin County checking in with information about Qatar Airways flight or a 777 coming in from Doha, landing in just under 2 hours. And if everything goes as planned, we will be able to bring that to you. Although it might land on the east side. It's possible it will land on the east side. We'll see. There's the Korean Air flight again, on its way to the International Terminal D here at DFW. More international visitors to Runway DFW. We have Alexandros Sturgio, greetings from Greece. We have Steve E., a new subscriber from Whitesboro in Texas, not too far from here. Happy to have you with us. Get my screen out of the way there. And let's see what we've got coming in here for you on Runway DFW. It's American Eagle, Embraer 175. That is checking in from Bentonville, Arkansas, the home of Walmart, which, for those of you who are not in the US, it's a gigantic chain of superstores. And I don't know why that fire truck is parked there. It doesn't look like there's any emergency. In just a moment, we'll swing around and see the morning flight from Maui, American Airlines Flight 116. That'll be a Dreamliner. Yoshihiro just subscribed to Runway DFW. Good morning to you, Yoshi. Thank you for joining us. Oh, what do we got here? Just checking out its... I guess maybe they got to clean out their nozzles sometimes, huh? Interesting. Oh, there you go.
American 2012, steady 173. American 2012, on my left minute, on a break. 172.
So we've got the Maui flight in our sights. And I will put it on the screen here for you.
Choice for continuous faith.
DFW.
It's a Dreamliner, 787-900. Four years old, dating back to 2017. Seems like it should take longer than 6 hours and 35 minutes to fly to Miami. Did I say Miami? I meant Maui. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Runway Collin County is letting us know that an American Dreamliner coming in from Rome. Now I would think that might come in on the east side of the airport. Let me see if I can scope that out. It kind of looks like it's on a trajectory to see us here on the west side, so I don't know if I've seen a flight come in from Rome before in my time here, so that'll be interesting. That'll be here in just a couple minutes. What we've got here is American flight. It's getting hard to see with all the glare. 516R. Could that be right? I've never seen a flight number like that. Anyway, it's an A321. It's going off to San Diego, California. If you're just joining us, welcome to Runway DFW. We are here at least a couple times a week. We try to do it more often when we can. From Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, second busiest airport in the world. Home of American Airlines, and you can see all the American Airlines aircraft. Not exclusively American Airlines, but about 85% of the passengers coming in and out are on American or American Eagle. So off to sunny San Diego goes that flight. Seeing, I don't see it on the radar yet, but I'm seeing the marker lights on this here UPS MD-11. So I don't know if they're just doing some testing or not, but we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, we've got a flight from Rome coming in. This will be a 777. American flight, it says here 239P. Seems odd to me. From Roma. Almost an 11-hour flight. One of the older aircraft in American's fleet that's 20 years old. Still from this century, though. And it's breakfast time here at DFW Founders Plaza. At least if you're a bird. I hope you guys find what you're looking for. Local car guy wants to know, where it says there will be an A300 departing to me, and by that I think he means to Indianapolis. When it takes off, can you try to get it for me? Sure, give me a heads up as to when, and I'll be looking out for it. Local car guy. Oh, he just told me. The A300 will depart at 9:05, so I'll be looking out for it. Patrick Diddert says, love this feed. Thanks. Great commentary. Love it. Thanks. Thank you, Patrick. That's nice to hear. Jack the Cat with a kind comment. Good day, Walt. Great show today. Thank you, Jack. Southwest Air 521. Good morning from McKinney, Texas. That is a suburb of Dallas, Fort Worth. So good morning to you, Southwest Air 521. More airplane action for you here on Runway DFW. Coming on in from Lubbock, Texas. CRJ 901ER. A 53-minute flight. I correct myself, it's a CRJ 900ER. "15 years old. More people checking in here at, there's a couple people. Not as many cars as there were before. I see somebody. We get some bicycle riders coming through here. I just pulled one of my cables. I was going to show you the wind today. There are the flags of Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, and the USA fluttering in the breeze. I'm going to say it's probably about 12 to 15 miles an hour. Let's see what the airport says. It says the wind is coming out of the southeast at 9 miles an hour. Looks a little heavier than that. That data may be a little slow. So that's what it looks like here at DFW Founders Plaza. Just a little bit slow at the moment. As far as aircraft comings and goings. Longer power cord on my phone here. Sorry, doing a little rewiring here at World Headquarters. Jack the Cat is joining us from Mexico Beach in Florida. Happy to have you with us. Of course, our signal is being beamed to you from our exclusive Runway DFW satellite truck. And Ken G is noting that we have great picture quality today. And that's the reason we've invested in a gigantic satellite truck. But I don't want to jinx myself, so I probably shouldn't say anything more about it. We welcome Martin Jacques from Vienna in Austria. Greetings to you, Martin. Good afternoon. At your location, we're happy to have you with us on Runway DFW. Things are a little slow right now. Scanning the skies, not seeing anything there at the moment, but that will change. There's the East Tower of DFW International Airport, and little trams that go back and forth between the terminals. And you can see all the all those airplane tails there are American Airlines or American Eagle. And again, American does dominate this airport. But we're lucky we see a lot of other aircraft here. Cargo planes and international flights. And there's almost always something new happening here. We've got Ardilita 2018, a new subscriber. Thank you for being a part of the Runway DFW family.
On the World Wide Web.
Montez Curry is saying hello. I'm from Dubai. Good day to you, Montez. So nice of you to join us. So many people have found Runway DFW. I don't know how that, well, I know how it works. It's the, it's when you do this. When you subscribe and like. And that not only gives us more subscribers, and a subscription to Runway DFW is totally free, there's no obligation, but it does tell YouTube that, hey, there's people who like this, let's share it with other people who might like it. And that's how our channel grows. That's how all the YouTube channels grow. So if you subscribe and like, we would appreciate. We don't like and subscribe here like those other channels. We subscribe and like because we're different. Comes a United plane over the hump. And if you like what you see, you can leave us a tip to help with our streaming expenses, or buy me the required cup of coffee to keep me going at streamlabs.com/runwaydfw, or you can leave a super chat for us here on YouTube in the chat room. It's easy to do and it helps us out. So thank you so much for your consideration, but we're happy to have you with us in any event, just hanging out. And Ken is commenting on our jingle. Dang, I want to know where I was. Now I know I'm on the World Wide Web.
We're everywhere.
Lee Womack is saying, as a pilot who doesn't fly anymore, watching this is giving me the itch to go flying again. Well, I've never been a pilot, and probably you'll be able to tell sometimes when you see me talking about things that I'm not an expert in. You do pick up things along the way, and the nice thing about this, and we say thank you to Danny Kennedy, who just subscribed to our channel. The nice thing about this is that I learn things every week from people in our chat room. If I don't have the answer, somebody probably does. So it's a very nice community to be a part of, and I thank you for all of you for being a part of it. There you see in a United Airlines baby bus A319 scooting toward. We had what you might call an operational anomaly there, where I was talking and my microphone fell down to the ground. I was about to tell you that this United A319 is on its way to San Francisco. A lot of things here at Runway DFW are kind of jury-rigged. One of them is the mount I have for my microphone. I know that you've probably seen the behind-the-scenes footage of Kevin and Rudy over there at Airline Videos Live, and Kevin has developed the technique of clipping the microphone to his shirt and then lifting it up when he wants to talk. And I just can't, I don't have enough hands to do that. So This is American Airlines Flight 2627 on its way to San Diego. Our second San Diego bound flight of the morning. So anyway, I wear glasses, so I bent a piece of metal, kind of aluminum wire, which is used to hold fences, hold a wire fence to a post. I bent it in a shape which kind of hangs off my glasses, and then I can clip my microphone onto the end close to where I talk, so you can hear me clearly. But it's not perfect. It sometimes falls off, and for whatever reason, I haven't been able to find a pair of headphones that has a built-in boom microphone that works with the mixer that I have here. So I'm just going with this, and we'll see how that works. But anyway, a little behind the scenes for you here at Runway DFW. And Uncle Car Guy says, speaking of Kevin, who again is the proprietor of Airline Videos Live, that great channel out there at LAX. He left the other day to go visit his family in Detroit. He left on a Delta A350-900. Yeah, I heard him talking about that. He was very excited about going on that aircraft. Rich Thomas wants to know if I have behind-the-scenes plans. Well, here's the thing, Rich. Our signal here at DFW is not very good. Or at least it hasn't been traditionally. Today it looks like we've got a pretty strong connection to the interwebs, thanks to our satellite truck. So, you know, we're doing okay today. But I don't. For one thing, I don't know. I enjoy watching Kevin's behind the scenes, but he's kind of an entertaining chap, don't you think? But I don't know. I don't think it would. I would waste that bandwidth on showing you what I do. I might at some point do like a recorded kind of time-lapse thing to show you what goes on here, especially when I set it up or take it down. Tearing it down is the worst part, because I just don't want to. I just want to walk away and have somebody else do the job, but it's not how it works. So anyway. And John Walton is kind of endorsing my plan to just stick with the planes. I think so. Nobody wants to see what I do. Take some of the magic away from it. You know, I've got 3 cameras. I've got jingles.
This is Runway DFW.
In the morning.
And so, yeah, it's fun. Kevin has some awesome mods. He does indeed on his channel, and you know, I've interacted with them a number of times, and they're always so welcoming, and just as you guys always are. So. Charles Templeton is saying, you have some setup. I'm always amazed at it when I see it at DFW Founders Plaza. We do have kind of a lull, just a tiny lull right now. So I tell you what, if I can make all these cords work. Got to do a little rearranging here. But yeah, I'll show you what I have here. On a handheld basis. So hold on there. Take that out. Okay, let's see. We'll take camera 2. Okay, there's camera 1 there. Oh, there goes my microphone again. Hold on. This is the official behind-the-scenes look at Runway DFW. There is camera 1. Dang it. You're not missing any airplanes right now, so. Well, there's a picture of the fence. But I have to clip my mic back on. Okay. So now we'll go back here. Okay, so there's our main camera setup, and what you see, there's our camera, and there's the viewfinder. And what you see on top are 2 phones, one of which you probably can't tell, but the left one has YouTube going on it, and the right one has Flight Radar 24, so I can keep an eye on all that. Now, under the cameras is the audio board. Not a very expensive one, but it does the trick. Over here we have our vision mixer. So we press the button there and we go to a different picture. And then over here we have the iPad, which has our audio on it.
We're everywhere.
To the left of it is our hotspot with a fan on top of it to keep it cool. There's a Kindle, which I use for notes sometimes. Down there is our wild sound microphone pointed at the runway, and next to it is our scanner, which is acoustically coupled to that microphone. Over here is our Founders Plaza camera, which looks back at this. Let's see if we can see it here. There. And that's about it. There's the tripod which we use, which normally this camera is on. There's our cooler for our drinks. Oh, and here's our gigantic battery, our marine battery, which powers this whole thing. And those orange straps, the battery is weighing down our tripod so it doesn't topple over. So there you have it. There is our streaming setup here, all on a little table. It takes about an hour to set this up, and I was able to tear it down in about 25 minutes the other day, but it usually takes longer than that. We probably should get back to the airport action right now, so let me switch that off. We've got another United plane. This one's taking off to Denver. There it is. Rich Thomas has a nice setup. Chris has a cool setup. Farid says it does take a lot of equipment to do this, that's for sure. Charles Templeton III, thanks for the tour. And yes, that's how we do it. Daniel Clooney just subscribed to Runway DFW. Thank you, Daniel. Good to have you with us. We are looking at an A319, 15 years old, United Airlines. This plane doesn't have the updated United livery with the super graphics on the side. We've got an American Airlines plane, flight 1034, coming in from Guadalajara in Mexico, which is just about to land, so we'll probably see that as this one takes off. So if you see another plane, it looks like it's landing. That'll be flight 1034 from Guadalajara. To punch up, is it? I haven't fixed that camera into position yet after I put it back on the tripod. Here is Frontier Airlines flight 2133 off to Sin City in Las Vegas. And what do we have on our tail? Weston the Woodpecker. We've seen him before. Good morning, Weston. The last time we were broadcasting, which was Wednesday morning, was talking about, we saw the, I think it was the Allegheny Heritage livery that American Airlines has, and I was wondering, do any airlines still have the look which has the stripe down the side along the windows? That seemed to be like the way to paint an airplane back in the day, but I can't think of any airlines that have that look anymore. It's kind of a retro look, I guess. And I would like to acknowledge Ken G for a $7.87 contribution, super chat. Hi Walt, thanks for the tour. A lot happening there. Thank you, Ken. And your contribution, along with the others that we're getting, really helps us out. Helps us pay those big streaming bills. So thank you very much, Ken. It's much appreciated. And that sound you just heard was my microphone falling off my homemade clip again. So I apologize for the interruption and the weird sound it was making. We've got a bit of a break here. I see a new subscriber, Martin Arend, just subscribed to Runway DFW. Thank you, Martin. So kind of you. Lady Marimeko, good morning, y'all. Benjamin Musioki, heya. Good morning from Kalamata, Greece. I believe we've had you on the stream before, but I can't pronounce those letters, and I'm sorry for that. My apologies, but we're glad to have you with us. And Ms. Wolves 13, hi Walt, hi everyone. And we're talking about liveries just a moment ago, and where did I see that? Uncle Car Guy saying the TWA livery is here. It's the 737. You missed it. It was from Omaha. Yeah, that's one of my favorite American heritage liveries. Maybe we'll catch it again soon. And we say good day back to, well, where did I go? Hello, Martin. I clicked on your message and I was trying to find somebody else's. These messages are going by so quickly. Here's what I was looking for, I think. Jordan Bolst, good evening from Sydney in Australia. Good day to you. Where it's probably like midnight or after midnight there, I think. So we're glad to have you with us. Maybe it's already Sunday there, right? Yeah. My son lives and works in Seoul, and Jordan Bolst just subscribed. Thank you, Jordan. I think we're well on our way to 5,000 subscribers today. Let's hope so. That's our next goal. And Jordan's saying it's 11:14, so not quite Sunday there, but late at night. We're happy to have you with us on a winter night, which we just can't. Here in the Northern Hemisphere, it's hard for us to comprehend that in the middle of our hot summer, you're enjoying wintertime. Chantal Raidman just subscribed. Pride Duke just subscribed to Runway DFW. Thank you. Thomas Norton just subscribed. Oh my goodness. We may get to 10,000 today. Who knows? With your help. But thank you all. It is a little bit quiet. We are, just to reset ourselves, we are at DFW Founders Plaza, and I'm seeing something interesting here. It's a fire truck which is spraying water, and I don't think that's a water salute, but I don't think there's a fire. Could just be practice, or it could be cooling something down or wetting something down for, it's been, we've got another week ahead of 100-degree Fahrenheit plus temperatures here. And so I don't know, maybe they're on a mission to cool things down or to keep things wet. Because in addition to being very hot, it's also very dry. But I can't honestly tell you what's going on there, other than the fact that I don't believe there's a fire. And I don't think it's a water cannon salute, but maybe it is. I don't know. Water cannon salutes are typically used to for special greetings for for aircraft. But that's what you're looking at there is the American Airlines hangar area. Ken is speculating employee retirement. I guess that's possible. I don't know. Pure speculation on my part. Hayes' dad Butler's suggesting that it could be pump cleaning. I can't tell where the water's going. You would think if they were cleaning a pump that would be spraying out into the grass where it really needs it. Well, we'll get back to that shortly. We have another aircraft to look at, or several. That's what you came to see. This is coming in from Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's an American Eagle Flight 3510 and Embraer 175LR type of aircraft. Touching down smoothly. A little more than an hour and a half in the air, that was. And what you see there is an A321 on its way to Los Angeles. American Flight 524. We'll take you behind the scenes again for just a second. There is our secondary, our camera 2. It's on a little tiny tripod there, which gives us our kind of our master shot for relief. The camera's locked down. Well, that's the one I took off the tripod to give you the little tour earlier, but that's how we do's it. And that's the view from that camera. Time is at 8:20. We've been on the air for a couple hours now. Hope you're enjoying it. Our next arrival is going to be American Eagle Flight 809 from... I'm sorry, American Airlines Flight 809 from San Luis Potosi in Mexico. That's an Airbus A319. The fire truck has stopped its spraying, and that MD-11, which we saw with its marker lights on a little earlier, seems to have gone quiet now. Local car guy with a little bit of aviation news. A 767 just diverted to Indianapolis. It took off to Chicago O'Hare, but it diverted to Indianapolis. So we hope things are A-OK on that. I don't know what the weather's like up there. Took off from Memphis, was supposed to land in Chicago, but diverted to Indianapolis. A 767-300, so everything is well with that flight. Jeremy Keefe just subscribed to Runway DFW. Good morning to you, Jeremy, wherever you are, and thank you for joining us on this Saturday morning edition.
American 888, South Summer 179, Kilo 8, contact ground point 65. Passing 17 right on Kilo 8 and over ground to South American AAA, have a good morning.
Lady Marimekko asks, as far as I know, Walt isn't looking for mods just yet. Mods, as most of you know, are the moderators who take care of dealing with people in the chat room. And we don't have any mods yet, except for, as somebody noted, Mrs. Runway DFW. And we'll get to that at some point. I think, obviously we're going to need it eventually. I tell you what, let me put this up here. Do I have that
Copy
here?
Charlie 24, still waiting on catering. I'll give them a call. Runway 1 right, let's take off. Let's take off once they're ready to come to Okay, copy that. 328, we're parking up. Record 328, you see you good morning, runway 17 center, clear to runway 16 center. Left center, American.
If you have an interest in being a mod, if I can put this up here. That's not right. So ignore what's on the screen there. Here's our email address, runwaydfw@gmail.com. Easy enough to remember. If you are interested in being a mod, contact me there. And I don't have anything to give you if you are interested in that. We're not a money-making operation quite yet. We do get some contributions, but there's no positive cash flow yet. But if you have an interest in that, I'd be happy to hear from you. So just let me know. runwaydfw@gmail.com, and that address is also in our description of our channel. We don't want to miss a Delta jet, do we? No. I hear it. There it is. Not been able to scan my radar to see where this is going. let you know momentarily, we do have an American Airlines flight coming in from Chihuahua in Mexico. There it is, A319. And that Delta flight, which was another A319, was going to Salt Lake City. My goodness, we've been invaded. I don't know if you can see that over here, but I think we've got like every bike rider in North Texas has descended on Runway DFW. In their colorful biking garb. This must be some sort of a way station on a journey. Perhaps they were hoping they'd find a restroom here, but there aren't any. But they're definitely organized. I don't think they've just shown up here without some sort of an organization. So they're taking pictures and posing and got their bikes there. So welcome to DFW Airport. There goes my microphone again. Oh, I think I got it locked in now. It's not going to go anywhere. There's a group photo. They should have me take it for them, and somebody wouldn't be left out. So if anybody knows any of those people over there, let them know that they're on worldwide TV. Well, from bicycles, from two-wheelers to jet engines. That's what we bring you here on Runway DFW.
This is Runway DFW.
It's fun!
That was American Eagle Flight 3687 coming in from Aguascalientes in Mexico. This American flight is off to Santa Ana, California, but we're going to deviate from that because we've got Japan Airlines Flight 12 coming in from Haneda Airport in Tokyo. It's a 777. So we'll always pause for the cause when JAL shows up. Japan Airlines flies to both Haneda and Narita from here. I don't know if both flights are daily, but oh, we've got the One World livery, don't we? Yes, we do. So is it? Hello. I'm fine.
I found you on YouTube.
Pardon me?
I found you on YouTube.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm doing well.
That's nice. you were cool outside. I didn't know you were Wow, that's pretty nice stuff.
Oh, thank you. We've got a lot of stuff here.
Wow.
But you got a big camera there. Pardon me?
Oh my
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, thank you. Nice meeting you. A fan stopping by. What we've got here is American Flight 520. This is a Dreamliner 787-9 on its way to Phoenix, Arizona. As we get a gust of wind here. So as that Japan Airlines flight was departing, that group of bicyclists decided to up and leave. Here comes an A321. This is American Airlines Flight 2162 coming in from the mile-high city of Denver. Brian Ski says when they start asking for your autograph, Walt, you've made the big time. Well, nobody's asked for my autograph yet. I keep meaning to print out some more. I had for a while some photographs, just 3x5 photographs with the Runway DFW logo that I'd hand out in a little bag with a sticker to people who stop by, and I've run out of those things, and I have to print up some more. A nice compliment from Jeffrey Babb, who says, "Great channel." Thank you, Jeffrey. Clayton's Gaming. Hello, watching from Australia, where I believe it now is it after midnight? I think so. But at any rate, it's late at night there in Australia, so we're glad to have you with us. Wally Silva commenting on a sea of Americans. Looks like many sharks lined up from this point of view. Yeah, it does kind of. You won't see any other tails parked there because that's one of the terminals, one of the 3 of the 5 terminals that American has exclusively access to. So there's 5 terminals. You'll only find American Airlines flights at at 3 of them, and American also has gates at the other 2. So, plenty of American Airlines planes to see here.
American 2029, we're here on call, approaching 18 left, we're still getting our numbers, you want us to go in the end?
Such as this one. This is American Flight 2720, headed off to Tucson, Arizona. And Airbus A321. And coming up behind us, behind it is American Flight 2029, which will be off to Montrose, which I think, if I remember right, that's in Colorado. And we also have a United plane, United Flight 380, an A319, which will be blasting off for Chicago O'Hare. And you may see it in the picture as we watch this plane take off at some point. We haven't seen a lot of cargo action here today. I remember, I think it was last Sunday, we were here during the same hours of the morning. We saw a lot of cargo planes. So Saturday is kind of a quiet day, at least during the times we're here. As you probably would guess, a lot of cargo goes in and out in the dead of night. There's a United plane. But we do get to see cargo planes that, well, we get to see some 747. Those are the only 747s we see here at DFW, cargo of the cargo variety, at least right now. United plane's kind of parked in a weird spot, kind of on the center taxiway. Sometimes planes will do that, not very often though. So we have that plane ready to take off. We've got got a couple other American, I guess just one. Well, now I don't see the... There's an American jet which is parked at the top, the end of runway 18 left. It's just kind of sitting there. And that's the one that's going to Montrose. It's an A319. This United plane is also an A319, and it's headed off somewhere else. This is odd. Is this a go-round? In the sky. I can't find it in the viewfinder. There's a plane that looked like it might have been a go-round. I am endeavoring to find it on the radar. I couldn't pick it out of the sky. Well, I can't enlighten you on that, sorry. Okay, it was American Airlines flight 1021 from Buffalo, New York. It's an A320, which came in for a landing on the east side of the airport and decided not to land. So it's now going around. So that was a go-around. They left Buffalo 2 hours and 38 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm just sorry I couldn't find it in the sky to bring you. We're shooting into the sun here this morning as we do. That's the one bad thing about being here in the morning. It's a little cooler than it's not 100 degrees. It's 84 degrees in fact right now. And with the wind, it's quite pleasant. So that was American Airlines Flight 2199 to Vieux-Fort, V-I-E-U-F-O-R-T. I'm guessing that's somewhere in the Caribbean? I have not seen that flight depart before. Meanwhile, the Buffalo flight is circling back for another stab at landing. And operations are continuing here on the west side of the airport. And that was American Airlines Flight 2029 off to where's that going? Montrose. Is that the one we saw earlier? I guess it is. So it was kind of hanging out for a while. And in the meantime, this United plane is just kind of hanging out. It is I'm not sure it's even on the radar anymore. Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it's going to Chicago. Perhaps there's weather or something going on in Chicago that wasn't Uncle Car Guy telling us about a flight that was diverted to Indianapolis from Chicago? Perhaps there's some weather situation or runway anomaly in Chicago that's keeping planes from going out. Keeping an eye on that Buffalo flight. It's circling. It landed, or it was trying to land on the east side of the airport. It made a U-turn to come back to the north, and when it's on its final approach again, we'll take a look at it to see what's going on. Joshua Leclerc noting that the nose on this aircraft is mismatched. The nose being where there's some generally some radar gear behind there. And Uncle Car Guy saying there's, oh, where did it go? Uncle Car Guy saying there's storms over Chicago. That could account for why this plane is sitting here instead of taking off. Maybe they have to reroute. We say good morning to Tim Heasley from Western Pennsylvania near Pittsburgh, the great city of Pittsburgh. And Corey McCanwick. Chicago has severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. We say good morning to Nick. Hello from Bribie Island in Queensland, Australia. Good morning to you. He's saying good morning to us. We should be saying, I guess it's good morning there. If it's after midnight. So now it looks like the Buffalo flight is swinging back towards the south for a takeoff. It's getting busy here as it does just before 9 o'clock. I'm trying to see if the Buffalo flight is going to swing over to the east side. I'm sorry, to the west side for a landing. I can't tell quite yet. Still a little bit away. No, I think it's going to go back to the east side, which would make sense. But we don't know what, you know, things happen, and maybe the flight crew saw something they didn't like, or they got waved off by the control tower. I couldn't hear if that was the case or not. So we'll keep an eye on those things. In the meantime, we've got flight 2487, an American Airlines flight 737-800 coming in from Kansas City in Missouri, in the central part of the USA. Looks like the Buffalo flight is now going to be coming in on runway 17 left, which is a different runway than it originally came in on. I'm trying to find it in the sky. And what we're talking about, if you just joined us, there was a American Airlines flight 1021 coming in from Buffalo, New York. It's been in the air for 2 hours and 47 minutes. It's an Airbus A320, and it made a go-round. So I think it's going to be one of these guys. Should be the one on the right. I think this is it. So it looks like all the gear is in the right place. You see a some parallel landings going on there. But the plane on the left is the one we were interested in looking at.
Is it the above wing or below wing class?
And from our vantage point, we won't be able to see them land, but I guess we will be able to see if they're going to have another go-round. If they dip behind the buildings, I'm pretty sure they'll be landing. Runway 17 left is way on the far east side of the airport. And there it goes. So we will assume that it has had a successful touchdown. As you can see, lots of activity here on the north. Oh, here goes that United plane finally. This is the one we've been wondering about. It's on its way to Chicago O'Hare. It seems to have either gotten to its place in line early, or perhaps it was delayed a bit because they've been having some weather issues there in the Windy City. David Lord suggesting in the chat room that Chicago was full. Maybe there was no place for it to park when it would get there unless it cooled its jets for a little while. It's always frustrating for a passenger, though. I know I've been on aircraft before, and you get on the plane and you taxi somewhere and you just sit for a while and you don't really know what's going on. You say, well, why are these other planes taking off? Why aren't we taking off? Cassie 4486 just subscribed to our little channel. Thank you, Cassie. We welcome you to our fun group. We're trying to reach our subscriber goal for today of 5,000 subscribers. I don't know if we'll make it today, but I think we're We're getting there. Craig Russell saying Qatar Airways Boeing 777-200LR from Doha is now 28 minutes out from DFW, so we'll be on the lookout for that. That does tend to land on the east side sometimes, so but we'll try to catch it as it comes in if we can. In the meantime, we have a flight coming in from San Antonio, Texas. And that's it there. It's American Flight 2792, 737-800. American Flight 2593 on its way to Minneapolis, St. Paul in Minnesota. Mrs. Runway DFW is imploring all of you to subscribe. Get Walt to 5K and then he will be happy at last. Oh my goodness. I'm happy already, but there is AD, well, I couldn't make out the name, but somebody new subscribed. Thank you. Corey is saying liked and subscribed. Thank you, Corey. You can see how busy it is. Look at all those airplanes. Goodness. Almost time for me to put on my long sleeve shirt because the sun is getting up there. I have sensitive skin. And I've got to get my hat with the ear flaps so it covers my face up more. So I'll tell you what. Have a little dance break while I do that, shall we? So stand by for more stuff here on Runway DFW. Your congenial host will be back in just a minute or two after I get a little more clothing on. So I'll be with you just a second. So hang on and thanks for watching.
Disco.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Walters Werko.
Thanks for hanging out with us during that extended break. I got to talking with someone, a dad and his son. They're Korean, and they wanted to ask me a few questions. Stephen Allen Jones has just subscribed. Thank you, Stephen Allen Jones. And anyway, they were asking me about things, and I was telling them that my son lives and works in Seoul, so they were kind of impressed with that. And so, anyway, just making friends here at DFW Airport. So thank you for joining us. We've got a lot of people online, a lot of people in the chat room, and we're just having some fun here at Runway DFW. Oh, this is what I was looking for.
We're number one.
I don't know about that, but we're like Avis. We may be number 2. I don't know. So let's get back to things here. Let's see. That's that. Click on that. Please subscribe and like. Trademark. And we are live from DFW Airport. I should tilt that up a little bit, shouldn't I? We are live at DFW Airport on Saturday, July 23rd, 2022, just after 9 o'clock. We are 6:79. We're going on our 3rd hour of broadcasting. We have Kumar Israel just subscribed. Danielle Valiant just subscribed. Thank you both for your subscriptions. I'm afraid I can't see when everybody subscribes to acknowledge them, but I do appreciate everybody who does. Somiel has to leave us, but we hope to see you again soon. Thank you, Somiel, for hanging out with us. And Cal's 1136 says, congratulations on 5,000 subscribers. Huh. Well, that is the first word that I've had of that. I can't really keep track of them from where there's too many things to look at. But if it says 5,000, then by golly, we've got 5,000. So we should, I don't know, we should have something to celebrate.
This is Runway DFW.
We're everywhere.
And Mrs. Runway DFW has confirmed, and Paul Gard just subscribed, thank you, Paul, that we do have 5,000 subscribers now. So thank you to everybody who's a part of that. Those of you who have been with us since our humble beginnings, and I think I just knocked, yes, I did just knock I was getting up from my folding chair, and I hit the arm of the tripod, so there you go. It's a good thing we have multiple cameras we can count on. Okay, what have we got? Let's get back to work here. I think we've got this. This is going to be American Airlines flight something or other on its way to Portland, Oregon. It's an Airbus A321. Off to the great northwest it goes. This is one of the times of day when it's almost impossible to keep up with all the planes taking off. As soon as the tires lift off the tarmac for one plane, another plane is already rolling down the runway. I realized I was kind of off mic there. I think I still am. And now my folding chair just tipped over. It's a very lightweight little camp kind of chair. So there is a breeze here. A bit of a breeze. This flight's coming in from BMI Airport in Bloomington, and the only Bloomington I'm aware of is in central Indiana, the home of Indiana University, but I don't know if that's where this is from. It's American Eagle Flight 5843. I suppose I could trace it back on the map. No. That looks like it's from another Bloomington. Illinois, maybe? Don't know. I love maps. I probably need to look at more maps, I guess. Usually I have time to switch between cameras to kind of eliminate all this, or to kind of mitigate all this zooming and panning, but when it gets real busy here, you just kind of go with the flow and see what catches your eye. was going to tell you what that was. I have to get zoomed in on my map again. It's finally quieting down here. So that, what we just saw, was American Flight 1237 coming in from Phoenix, Arizona. And now we're about to see Flight 2954, another American Airlines flight, a 737-800. But my information does not tell me to where it is departing. In fact, this may be, it looks like it came out of, this particular plane came out of the American Airlines hangar. So it looks like it is just flying empty, I guess, to its next destination, and which is not noted. Here we have American Flight 1595 coming in from Austin, Texas, the capital of the big state. There we go. Get my chair refolded here, or unfurled. Fareed saying the stream has been great today. Thank you, Fareed. That means a lot. I know you're here regular. You've seen this stream at its worst, probably. So we're glad that it's coming in loud and clear for you today. And the answer to my question earlier, BMI, is Central Illinois Regional Airport in Bloomington, Illinois. I should have known Bloomington, Illinois. I lived in Indiana for, what, almost 10 years, at least 8 years. And I'd never been to Bloomington, Illinois, but I'd been to Bloomington, Indiana quite a bit. So yes, and I guess there also is a Bloomington, Minnesota. So unfortunately, the software, the Flight Radar 24, which is great, for some reason it doesn't give you, it gives you the airport code and the name of the city, but it doesn't get more specific than that. So unless you're hip to all the airport codes, you like I may miss something. Runway Collin County saying the Emirates Boeing 777 is landing in 10 minutes. And Qatar is about to line up. So we'll be on the lookout for those. You see pulling into the shot there what looks to be American Flight 384, 737-800, on its way to Zihuatanejo in Mexico. And coming in now is American Flight 1220, an A321 coming in from Palm Beach in Florida. That's that. And the wind is gusting up again. And here's the flight headed off to Zihuatanejo. It's a fun word to say. Stiffening here. Looks like this is our next departure. It's American Eagle Flight 4933 on its way to Killeen in Texas. Just a very short jaunt. And as this takes off, we'll be seeing, I think, in the shot a American Airlines flight 1924 coming in from Querétaro in Mexico in A319. There it is. And when I said Querétaro, I meant Querétaro. Came out of my mouth the wrong way. Okay, so the plane we saw taking off there momentarily, a second or two ago, was American Flight 1820 on its way to Ontario, California. And the one we saw landing, looks like that was coming in from Peoria, Illinois. American Eagle Flight 5811. I want to say that was the Qatar Airways flight landing on the east side, but I couldn't see it clearly enough. And there's so many planes over there. Please stand by. Yes, that was the Qatar Airways flight 66G from Doha, 777, and it will be coming over here to the west side to deplane its passengers in Terminal D, the international terminal. The 777, we've been talking about that for a while. So there we had it. Keep track of the temperature here. It's about 89, climbed up to 89 degrees here. And again, it's going to be another 100 Fahrenheit plus day in Dallas-Fort Worth, and we're in for more of that during the week. And July has been almost almost every day in July has featured 100-degree plus temperatures here in North Texas. And 100, if I remember right, is about 38 Celsius. If I remember right, it's about something like that. We have a new viewer, I guess. Angela Morgan, DFW channel is great. I see. I've been watching LA channel, first time seeing this. Well, thank you. We have some, there's some great streamers there in Los Angeles between Kevin and Rudy at Airline Videos Live and Peter and Joshua at LA Flights. They all do great jobs, and you know, it's not easy to do, and so I've learned a lot by watching those guys. And we all aim to give you great footage. As you can see, we're talking Delta here. But from whence it cometh. That was Delta Flight 1330 from the Twin Cities of Minneapolis-St. Paul. It's an A220 aircraft. Been in the air for an hour and 51 minutes, and it's a pretty new plane, just dating back from January of last year. We've got a 777 coming in from Dubai now. So we're going to follow that along for y'all. This is Emirates flight. I can't tell what flight it is. But in any event, there it is. It's coming in on the east side again, so we will follow it as best we can until it disappears behind buildings and parking lots and such. I haven't seen any 777s today. I'm sorry, some 747s today. We don't get any passenger 747s here at DFW, but we do get a number of cargo airlines that utilize that big bird. And I haven't seen if we're due for any later in the day. So that big 777 has been in the air for 15 hours and 22 minutes. And I can't remember if this one is a longer flight or the one from Qatar. They're both about the same distance. Although one of them, I haven't looked at their flight route recently, because a lot of airlines are no longer flying over Russian airspace. I think it was Qatar that was making an end run around that space, whereas Emirates was going through the Russian airspace. I can't remember if I have that right or not. This is American Airlines Flight 2193 coming in from Tucson, Arizona. It's an Airbus A321. We're so happy to have you all with us as we celebrate 5,000 subscribers here on Runway DFW. Thanks to you. And Runway DFW is brought to you by you. Yes, you are the ones who who power us through those coffee breaks and through the equipment purchases and the streaming expenses. So if you are liking what you see, you have a way to help us out. Give us a helping hand at streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. That's where you can make a one-time or a recurring contribution to our efforts, and we thank you in advance for that. And you can also leave us a super chat here at Runway DFW, and we will be ever grateful for your contributions to this channel.
Nothing but the best
on Runway DFW.
And don't forget, we are
on the World Wide Web.
Where else would we be? And we have been live since officially since 6:15 this morning. Thank you, Jim Pacino, just our newest subscriber to Runway DFW, propelling us towards the 10,000 mark. But we got a ways to go to that. But we're very happy. I will raise a glass of iced coffee to celebrate our latest subscriber achievement. And again, it's all thanks to you guys. We should soon be seeing the Qatar and the Emirates planes coming from that direction. Or maybe they've already parked. Can't imagine they've gotten over there yet to Terminal D, but maybe they have. Terry Campbell wants to know, is it only Lufthansa flying passenger 747s now? I think Korean Air has a couple still, and maybe Asiana, if I'm not mistaken, and there may be some others, but those are the main ones, I believe. And Runway Collin County saying Qatar has parked. Emirates, no. So maybe we'll see Emirates poke its head out there. You can see the heat is kind of building up. You can see that kind of that interference in the atmosphere. Thank you, Andy Dowling, for your subscription to Runway DFW. But yeah, we're getting kind of that desert-like mirage look when we get real zoomed in. So Runway Collin County is giving us an 1970 RPM. Just subscribe. Hello, 1970 RPM. Thank you for your subscription. Runway Collin County is saying that the BA British Airways Flight 193 takeoff was 1 hour and 26 minutes ago. And that is our daily flight from London, arriving in 7 hours and 47 minutes. And we won't be here for that. Our equipment won't hold up for that long, I'm afraid. It just gets too hot in the afternoon. But yeah, if you want to come out here and see it, and if you're in the area, that's our daily. We have one A380 that comes in here, and that's it. And it hasn't been coming in on a Saturday in the last few weeks. I don't know how their schedule is working. I think it was supposed to have been a daily flight, but it seems like at least one day a week it's not flying. So I don't know. Cadence Airs saying it's a busy airport today. Yes, this is one of among the busiest in the world, second busiest at last count. I think that's as of that's according to passenger traffic. And Cadence Airs is saying, do you do Sun Country Airlines? Well, we see Sun Country Airlines here, and we've seen, I think, at least one or two of their planes go out this morning. I think both of them were to Cancun. Ms. Wolves 13, Runway DFW. Walt, sound and picture are amazing today. Great to watch your streams. Thank you. Our connection seems to be hit and miss sometimes, but happily today everything seems a-okay. Don't want to jinx it, but yeah, I think I'm pretty happy so far with what we've technically, as far as what we've got going for us today. I need to reach into my ice chest and get a sip, because we've been on the air here since it's almost 3.5 hours. I haven't had a sip of a beverage, so. Hang on a second. We're going to put some music on for a sec while I have a hydration break on Runway DFW.
We're everywhere. Nothing but the best.
This is Runway DFW.
Good day to you, Kit Stahlberg. We welcome you to Runway DFW. Jacques Raj says, hey Walt, any special planes to be expected today? I can't, I know we've got the A380 in the air from London Heathrow, the British Airways A380. It'll be here later today, but we will have completed our stream by then. So we won't be able to bring you that today. And aside from that, I haven't looked at what is in store for us. I just haven't had a chance to go look through the incoming flight logs to see if we might be in for a treat of some sort. So we're just kind of playing it by ear today. We've got a 777 now. This is American Flight 123 on its way to Honolulu. That's American Eagle Flight 3589 coming in from Little Rock in Arkansas, a neighboring state to Texas. And we've got another 777 making the turn here. And that is American Flight 123 to Honolulu. Did I say that already? Am I having deja vu? The way to the end of the runway. was a Learjet 60. We don't know where it came from. Back to our flight from to Honolulu. I see our friend Flugelschaft is in the house. Thomas, welcome to you. Thank you for checking in there. Flugelschaft, a friend of our channel. We're always happy to have him take some time out for us. Be sure to check out his Plane Mania channel on YouTube. Some great stuff from multiple airports on the continent. I last saw him broadcasting from the new, I guess it's relatively new. Actually, they've been building it for a while, that Berlin airport, the new Berlin airport, but it's only been opened, I think, within the last year, if I'm not mistaken. Well, while we wait for that to take off, let's see if we can watch another plane take off. And yes, it's another American Airlines plane. This one's on its way to Kansas City. And you might think Kansas City is in Kansas, but nope, it's in Missouri. Well, I should qualify that. There are two Kansas Cities, Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas. Kansas City, Missouri is the bigger of the two. Runway Collin County says our like goal should be 500 likes. That sounds good to me. Can we get there? I don't think we've ever had a broadcast with 500 likes in our short existence since last October, so. Here's an American A321 coming in from Oklahoma City, which is in Oklahoma, the state that borders Texas on the north. And now the 777 for Honolulu is yikes, there's a lot of planes there. Runway Collin County wants to know, does Air France go here in DFW? Yes, they resumed flying to DFW a month or two ago. I don't think it's a daily flight. I think it's maybe 4 times a week. But yes, you can see Air France here. And Miracle 0419, I got a flight today at DFW. Well, I hope A, it's not canceled, and B, it takes off and arrives at the right time, and C, if you have a connection to make, I hope you make your connection. And Flugelschaft is clarifying us about the Berlin airport. It's open for a year and a half, but it was meant to open in 2011. Yeah, I knew it had been a while. It was 10 years late. Not everything is new at this airport. We have Vince Las Vegas joining us. Good morning, Walton crew. Got you on the big screen this morning, looking good. Thank you. Yeah, the big screen is the test. We have a 1080 stream today. It's not 60 frames, it's 30, but it's better than 720, so that's all. That's tech talk from us at Runway DFW. American Eagle flight 5765 coming in from Rapid City. Mitsubishi 900ER on Runway DFW. This is I am not clear. Okay, that's American Airlines flight 2081. It's an A321 on its way to Sacramento in California. Jacques Raj saying, thanks for the good stream, Walt. I've got to go. However, notifications are on to catch the next one. Have a good one, and thank you for watching us today, Jacques. We know there are very few people who will watch us stream from beginning to end, but you know, that's okay. We have an Alaska Airlines aircraft now making the big turn, the big U-turn at the top of runway 18 left. And they're going to Seattle, don't you know? It's a 737-990. Dating back 21 years to July of 2001. So not one of the newer aircraft in Alaska's fleet. They do have a number of new aircraft, or newer aircraft.
2845, go ahead.
And Michelle RS is noting that the heat haze is picking up as it does as the day goes forward. It wasn't too bad this morning. I think we've probably crossed over into the 90-degree zone here. That Embraer 175 climbed into the sky rather snappily on its way to Austin. That's an American Eagle flight 3897. And what do we have here? Am I seeing this right? I am. Well, it's a Playboy plane. Look at that. It's a bunny on a tail. You'd expect to see a bunny on the tail on a Frontier tail, but there you go. Well, what can I tell you about that plane? I am not seeing it on the radar. So we'll have to do some investigation into the... man, I'm assuming that's some official plane related to Playboy Enterprises. Any of our viewers have any insight into that? Yeah, Jose Diego Luna Salinas, Playboy airliner? Is it a new airline that we don't know about? And Mrs. Runway DFW ponders Hef is no longer with us, regrettably. Some magazine executives? I don't know. Didn't his daughter take over the reins of Playboy? Now we're talking about Hugh Hefner, of course. And let's see, where's that? Karen Greenlee says the internet states it has been put back in commission, flies entertainers, etc. Interesting. Mrs. Runway DFW, make sure that you know that I just read the articles in Playboy. She's a funny gal. I don't even know if that magazine's publishing. You know, where do you get magazines anymore? I guess maybe at an airport. I don't go anywhere. I guess the supermarket aisle has magazines, but they've never had Playboy, so don't know what to make of that. Well, we should get back to tracking airplanes, shouldn't we? I was wondering what that noise was. My iPad is making a lot of noise for some reason. We'll point our camera over here again to the UPS division of DFW Airport, and everything's quiet over there. Don't see any activity. And I think it was this way last time I was here on a Saturday morning. They're not delivering packages. They get a little break, I guess. But Sunday morning, it's pretty busy. Runway Collin County saying, I see a Lufthansa flight 438 from Frankfurt, 4 hours out from arrival at DFW. And that's an interesting aircraft to see, an Airbus A340-300. It had been the only four-engined passenger jet that serviced DFW until the return of the A380 from British Airways a few weeks back. There you see a canine aviation enthusiast there. I hope he doesn't choose to. Well, I won't say it. Well, it's quiet now. But here comes a plane, so let's take a look, shall we? All right. We were talking about Sun Country earlier. Well, looky here. We got Sun Country for you. Not their purple livery that looks kind of like Southwest Airlines. That one's coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul. 737-800, which is 5 years old. David Rutherford is kind of restating what we have observed. UPS at DFW doesn't have very many operations, if any, on Saturdays. About the same for FedEx. We did see a FedEx flight come in earlier. We saw it taxiing. We didn't actually see it land. But that was it. Kells 1136 says, I'm in healthcare and we don't like using the word quiet. It's a jinx. getting more information. See, I knew our crew at in our chat room would have more information about this. N950PB is a rebuilt DC-9-32 owned by Playboy Enterprises and is known as the new Big Bunny, and that is according to Forbes magazine. So we have all been enlightened about the plane we saw taking off earlier. I didn't see it on the radar, but now you know. So, you know, it wasn't a 747, but it was fun to see. We've gotten a lot of new subscribers today here at Runway DFW, and we thank you for pushing us over the 5,000 subscriber mark. And if you do like what you see, you can thank us by going to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw and contributing to our efforts. You can also leave a super chat here on on YouTube in the chat room, and we just, you know, at the very least, we ask you to subscribe and like our channel here at Runway DFW. We broadcast, generally speaking, a couple of days a week, sometimes 3, usually at least 2. It depends to some extent on the weather and my schedule, because this isn't my full-time job. So, but there we are at DFW Airport. Now, of course, we have a lot of expenses here at Runway DFW. We've got our satellite truck, which is obviously a major expense. We've got all the people working in the satellite truck. We've got our director and our technical director and our audio engineer, graphics people, the utility crew, the camera operators. So we thank all of our crew for that, and we hope that you will help contribute to our well-being.
Your first choice for continuous favorites.
On Runway DFW.
We don't have very much in the way of continuous favorites right now. I won't say it's quiet here, but there's not a lot going on. We do have a new subscriber, Martin Harwood, so thank you, Mr. Martin Harwood. Ms. Wolves is a fan of our satellite truck. And we had to have 2 dishes to have redundant transmission to you, so. Emery is asking, so flights from the west land on this runway and east on the other side, why is that? Well, it's just a practical thing. And thank you to Mark Finnerty for subscribing to Runway DFW. But, you know, it kind of makes sense that if you're coming from, you know, as far, if you've got, this is a very busy airport, and there's a lot of planes to be pointed in the right direction, and so you want to try to point them to, you know, as close to where they can. Well, you don't want to get them mixed up in the sky, I guess is what I'm saying. So if they're coming in from the east, it makes sense to have them land on the east runway, because that way they don't get tangled up with flights coming in from the west as they come in on final approach. And if you look at the radar, you can see there's a lot of planes in this vicinity at any given time. And plus there are also aircraft not too far away, about 10 miles away, landing and taking off at Dallas Love Field. There's a cargo airport to the west of us here. And then there's another airport in Fort Worth. And so, you know, you've got to, these flight traffic controls got to keep track of all this stuff. So I think it helps them out to kind of sort it in a way that keeps things so it doesn't become a pretzel in the sky. That being said, there are exceptions. And sometimes we see the flight, earlier we saw the flights from Qatar and Emirates land on the east side because they're coming from the east, but there are, often they'll come in on this side, on the west side. And that's helpful to the aircraft because it puts them closer to the international terminal, which is their final destination, which is here on the west side. As for the A380, the British Airways A380, the biggest plane we see here, I've been told that it always lands on this side, and I don't know if it's because the bridges that connect the two sides of the airport can't handle that size aircraft, or if it's just a practical thing. Earlier this morning we saw the American Airlines flight from Rome come in on the west side of the airport. So it's not a hard and fast rule as to which runway planes land on or take off from. That plane you just saw taking off, American Flight 2798 for San Francisco. And the plane that landed, I want to say, is from Asheville. Asheville, North Carolina, I think, is where that's from. We have a plane in takeoff position. It's American Eagle Flight 4194 and Embraer 145. And this is headed to Waco, Texas. And I'm wrong about that. That's not right. That's the plane that just came in. This is American Flight American Airlines Flight 2845 headed to Salt Lake City. And this is not an Embraer 145, of course. This is an Airbus A321. All right, we've been broadcasting for 4 hours now, so I'm going to get a little loopy. And we got here an hour before to set up, park our truck and get all the cables hooked up and everything. Yeah, that heat haze is getting a little bit so let's see, the skies are almost empty coming in here. Here's a Delta jet coming in from LaGuardia Airport in New York, and it's coming from the east, and it's going to land on the east side of DFW Airport. It's Delta Flight 316. And you can't hear it because it's a couple miles away. It looks like it's landing over on runway 17 left, which is the easternmost north-south runway over yonder on the east side.
Actually, if you look off to your right, you might see them here at this moment. It looks like they're trying to pull up now. 509. 370 to McDonald, or 1 to the right, line up away when 190 model. 1 to the right, line up away when 190 and American 2581.
Michelle's saying Walt needs another sip. You know, I was thinking that just myself. I kind of do. That's noisy.
Disco!
didn't mean the music to go on that long, but I couldn't break away to turn it off while I was catching that plane coming in, which was, what was that? American Flight 316 coming in from Cancun in Mexico. So there you go. Looks like the next two flights are coming in over on the east side from Tucson and Albuquerque, and there we go, talking about flights that would normally come in on this side, on the west side. In the meantime, I know you've been asking for this. It comes in all the requests. It's an American Eagle CRJ 900, and it's going to Lubbock, Texas. As I like to say, when the heat gets like this, our view tends to get very impressionistic of what it looks like at full zoom. This is American Flight 1025 coming in from Tucson, Arizona. Over yonder on the east side. It's about the time when I should double check my battery to make sure things are holding up here. Let's see. Oh, full charge. Okay. Bought a new battery a couple of weeks ago to make sure that we were good to go, and yeah. And I would like to say a big thank you to Michelle RS with a $25 super chat. Thank you for braving this heat. Another awesome stream. I am so appreciative. I can't even say. Maybe I need another sip. So appreciative to you for that. It's great.
We're number one!
No, we're not number one, but thank you, Michelle. Michelle's one of our biggest contributors, and that means a lot to us. Thank you. Emery's saying, love downtown Dallas, and if you squint, you can kind of see it there in the background. Pretty hazy today. Michael H. wants to know what kind of camera gear do you use. Earlier we did a kind of an impromptu tour of our equipment. We use two Panasonic cameras. Our main camera is a higher end Panasonic, kind of a prosumer camera. Specifically, it's model HC-VX870. It's an older model. I think it's maybe one or two models back. And then our other camera is another Panasonic, which is the one you're looking at right now. That is an HC-V180. That's just a very basic consumer camera. And then we have a third camera, and MGC Services just subscribed. Thank you, MGC Services. Our third camera is just kind of a basic action camera clone of, it's not the one you're thinking of, it's just kind of an off-brand one, which has a clean HDMI output, which is what I needed for our switcher. So sip, so I have to turn down the volume here. So anyway, it's pretty quiet right here. But anyway, that's our camera gear. So we currently have 3 cameras deployed. Whoop. There's a bottle of water right in front of one of them. But I found that it makes it a little more complicated to have multiple cameras, but I think it's a little nicer presentation when it all works. Yeah, well, I'll hit the wrong button sometimes, but and we're about to see American flight 2672 from Santa Barbara. There it is. And again, this is coming from the west, but it's landing on the east side, so I guess they've suspended, or they're redirecting some flights from the west side for some reason. I don't know why. How's that for an answer? But we are getting a flight taking off here. As you can see, it is another American Airlines plane. Flight 2941, a 737-800 on its way to Missoula, Montana. And Uncle Car Guy, I can't punch up your message, but I can see it here. There's a flight coming in from Mexico City, and I see it too, and it looks like it is coming in here on this side. So I guess whatever temporary redirection that has been made, they're restoring arrivals over here. So that one is off. Here comes a flight from Mexico City. American Flight 1374, an Airbus A319. Some more activity on the north side of runway 18 left. This American Eagle flight is off to Sioux Falls in South Dakota. CRJ 900 ER. And also, here's a flight that normally would go off over on the east side. It's American flight 2916 to LaGuardia Airport in New York. What? Yeah, we normally don't see LaGuardia departures from the west side, at least not in my experience. And again, I'm not here 24 hours a day. We're getting a little bit of a crowd here this afternoon, or this morning, I guess, even though it's kind of warm. And I would like to give thanks to Alex Feakin, who donated $25 to Runway DFW via our streamlabs.com/runwaydfw link. And Alex says, first time viewer from Omaha here. Love the, I'm having a hard time reading this. I absolutely love aviation. Keep up the awesome work. And I think you may have seen that flash up on the screen, but I don't have a way to publish what, oh, I guess I can. Let me see if I can do this. I haven't done this before, so bear with me. I do this. So there's Alex's message. Oh, and hold on a second. Hold on. I have not seen that plane here in several months. It may come in when I'm not here, but I haven't seen it here. That is a most unusual plane. That is, you don't see there weren't too many of them built, and you don't see too many of them. Zero in on it there. That is a Dornier 328-310 jet. I've seen that plane twice, once here and once at Dallas Love Field. That is Key Lime Air, or it could be operating as Denver Air Connection, I'm not sure. It says here Key Lime Air. And that came in from Clovis, New Mexico on a 1-hour flight. And you can see it's very unusual, well, not totally unusual, but unusual for a passenger plane configuration with its high-winged configuration. And I apologize for the blurriness of that, but that's just the heat impacting our picture at a distance. But anyway, the history behind this plane is interesting because I believe the company was purchased by Fairchild. It was a German company, and it was Dornier, or Dornier. And it was purchased by Fairchild in the U.S. And I believe it was then that they decided that they were going to take what was a propeller plane and swap the propellers out for engines, or for jet engines, I should say. So anyway, that's a little bit of history on that one. Josh Aldrich wants to know if they serve pie on board Key Lime Air. I know Mrs. Runway DFW would like that. Runway DFW, or Runway Collin County is saying Finnair Flight 19 from Helsinki, 4 hours out on an Airbus A350-900. Yeah, I regret to say we won't be here that long. Rich Thomas wants to know, hey Walt, it'd be nice to hear the ATC tower traffic like Kevin and Rudy have from LA. Well, we've got it in the background. I don't have, the problem is my mixer doesn't have enough inputs to input it directly, so I have it acoustically coupled, which is to say I've got the scanner near the microphone. So if Runway DFW becomes the smashing success that I hope someday it will be here on
the World Wide Web,
then I will invest in a new audio board which will have more inputs that we can then put the scanner directly in there. And I was just looking to see here if my eyes did not deceive me, but yes, there is a Piedmont or Allegheny. I can never remember if it's Piedmont or Allegheny livery. That's Piedmont. The American Airlines Piedmont Heritage livery. We were talking earlier about the livery of aircraft, which the stripe down the side along through the window area has pretty much disappeared from modern aircraft livery design. I kind of like it though. This one is off to San Luis Potosí in Mexico. It's an Airbus A319. An aircraft which I don't think Piedmont flew back in the day. Did I lose it? No. I got distracted by an incoming flight, which is there. So it's getting busy again here at DFW, so I'll hang out a little while longer. This, I think, will be the third Los Angeles-bound American Airlines plane we've seen this morning. Flight 1699, I want to say, an A319. Off to the City of Angels. And I don't have a destination for this American Airlines A321. Doesn't say where it's going. United Express. That's coming in from Denver. There's somebody trying to rev up a motorcycle over there. Here at DFW Founders Plaza. I think it's a motorcycle. Doesn't seem to be very successfully revving up, however. This is American Airlines 1884. That was a good year. This is headed to Puerto Vallarta in Old Mexico. An Airbus A3. Is that an A321? For some reason it doesn't look like one. Oh, that's A321, I'm sorry. I was thinking of a A319, which has a more distinctive look. We have another One World livery coming in. We've seen one already today on American Airlines. So, I guess 2 worlds? 2 One Worlds? That one was coming in from Fresno, California. An airport with one of my favorite airport codes, FAT. And now much more American Airlines action. As we... Oh, is this the one that's going to Puerto Vallarta? Did I say that one already? I think I'm losing it. Maybe cracking up after 4.5 hours. Delta is ready when you are. Let's go to Minneapolis, St. Paul. And that flight was going to, it was American Flight 2939 going to McAllen in South Texas. And you're about to see Spirit Airlines Flight 5470 to go to Los Angeles on the heels of that American Airlines plane. We lost our signal. Have I pressed my luck too far? On my monitor here, I'm seeing a spinning circle where I should be seeing video. It says no connection. So if you're seeing, well, no, it looks like we're going out. I guess it's just my monitor that's out of kilter here. Thank you, Keith Holloway. Still broadcasting. Yeah, I've got two phones attached to the top of my camera. And one of them is providing me with a return feed of our YouTube signal. But it just stopped working for some reason. So I'm going to have to diagnose that. Figured it out, folks. The hotspot I'm using for my other phone, which is got two phones. One of them is a hotspot, and the other is siphoning Wi-Fi from that one. Got a lot of fire vehicles coming here towards us. I don't think I've seen this many at once. I see 1, 2, 3 fire trucks. And I'll see, one go out occasionally, but 3 is a bit concerning. Now I can say I'm scanning the skies. I don't see anything that looks like smoke, so that's good. And I haven't heard anything on the scanner that sounds ominous, so that's also good. There's a, oh, hit the wrong button. I was supposed to be, well, never mind. I reached down to press the button to give you a shot of a plane coming in on the east side, but my finger slipped. So we'll look at a plane coming in on this side, shall we? And that was American Eagle Flight 5802 coming in from Bakersfield, California. Bakersfield. Emery saying, rumor has it that Southwest Airlines might start flights in the DFW in 2025 due to restrictions at Love Field being lifted, per the Dallas Morning News. And yeah, we did talk about that earlier in the broadcast. And that would make things really interesting here at DFW Airport. Both of the airlines are based in the area. American is based in Fort Worth and right next to Dallas, to DFW Airport, and Southwest Airlines is based in the city of Dallas, adjacent to Love Field. And so, there's a lot of local pride and that goes into being the #1 airline. And would make things very interesting here if Southwest decided it was going to come over here. It can't, I guess it can't come over to Dallas Fort Worth Airport until 2025. And then, as we discussed earlier, there's the matter of, well, there's only so many gates available. Where would they get the gates from? But just to the south of, and we'll look at it in a minute, just to the south of Terminal D, here on the west side of the airport, is an area which has been a parking facility. And we'll show that to you as soon as this plane takes off. Looks like this one's going to Albuquerque, New Mexico. So anyway, this area over here, where you see that structure there, that's a train. The structure for the train which services all the terminals here. That's where Terminal F would go. And that's been in the planning stages for several years, and work was supposed to have gotten underway on it by now, but the pandemic came along, and there weren't as many people coming in and out of DFW Airport, so they kind of put those plans on hold. So it's a very interesting article in the Dallas Morning News. It'll be interesting to see what might happen there. But yeah, it would make things very interesting if Southwest Airlines decided to horn in on the big airport over here. There's our satellite truck. I think we're getting ready to wrap things up here. It's coming up on 11 o'clock, and it's kind of there are some interesting flights coming in later, and I couldn't see who that was that just subscribed, but thank you for just subscribing. There are some, we've got the A380 coming in late this afternoon, usually around 5 o'clock is when it's supposed to get here. Often it gets in late. And Air France is coming in, and Finnair is coming in. I'd love to see all those, but it's getting almost too hot for my equipment. My satellite truck may just melt down. I don't know. I wouldn't want that to happen. So, it being 11 o'clock here Central Time, and us having been on the air for almost 5 hours, I think I'm going to say fare thee well to all of you. Thank you for watching. Wait a minute, I got to put on some music here. We can't just say goodbye without music, right? Okay, you've been watching Runway DFW, a presentation of Runway DFW, and it is brought to you by you. So if you'd like to help us out, streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. That's where you can go to make a one-time or an ongoing donation to our efforts to bring you live airport coverage from the second busiest airport in this wide world. So, thank you very much for joining us. We will be back soon. Tomorrow? I don't know. I'm not sure yet, but hang on, and we'll let you know. Just click that notification bell, and we'll let you know on Runway DFW. Oh, and yeah, I think we're losing our signal here. So, good time to say goodbye. Happy contrails to you until we meet again real soon. Thanks, everybody. And just to let you know, I'm ending the show just in time because our switcher just froze up. So, c'est la vie.